And there we go. That microphone is finally on. Welcome, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. A very good evening to everyone. Happy November the 8th of 2023, and that's where I am. Some of you may be on the 9th already, and if you're already on the 10th, we've got a problem. I want to talk to you right away about the lottery numbers. Anyway, welcome everyone. Glad to have you on board. Still no lava coming up. We've got some beautiful northern lights happening though there over the wonderful Rikans Peninsula. Actually, that looks like it's over top of the airport and so on. As you can see it up there all the way along. Nice curtain of lights as the camera slowly pans back towards the I guess we'll call it the tip of the peninsula, or further to the southwest there. Anyway, welcome to all of you, and we'll get to what's going on there soon as I catch up. So I'm grabbing most of this as I'm working on stuff. As I've been working all day, have not had much time to peek in to see anything of interest, and hopefully we'll see something soon. Like there's reports, but nothing crazy. Okay, so nothing saying, hey, the eruption is happening at this spot, and it's going. And we see lava. Unfortunately, not yet. Anyway, welcome to all. We'll start out by saying welcome to our moderators, Arizona Snowman, and Piggy, and Sue Hayes, and C&D Boy, and Yvonne Kunkel, and Siggy, and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies. And those are wonderful moderators. We do have others that pop in from time to time, so if you see a moderator you don't recognize, don't panic. It's usually someone that I've known for a long time and trust. So that's what we do. Anyway, we'll say hi to everyone in here. Quite a few people popped in already. I see there are 49 in here already. So let's get at saying hi to everyone really quickly, and I'll run through as quick as I can. Welcome to Alba Girl, Connie Tyree, Mars 2028, Linda Schoof, Sarah K. Miles, Hermione and Fluffy, and Juliet, and Dan, who got cookies today, and I think it was Dan. And let's see, we got Linda, Augustus, also here, Going South, welcome on board. And Linda Schoof, I think I got that. Mars 2028, we got, okay, Going Up, Juliet, yep. Hermione, we got Cananesca's country is here. We got Mars 2028. Thanks for that. Welcome on board. Connie Tyree, I think I got already. At least I've seen your name a couple of times. Maybe that counts too. Kevin Williams is on board. And let's see who else we got in here. That as I'm scrolling up, looking for other names, and Going South, Mars, yep, and Juliet got, yep, Hermione got, Ilsifer. Ilsifer said, hi everyone, I felt the quake at 0002 in Keflavik, another right now. Ooh, Ilsifer, I hope you are doing okay. And Ilsifer's in Keflavik. So hopefully he's over there by the airport. He probably could go outside and look at the northern lights if he likes to, and watch watch them shake back and forth as the earthquakes shake them. But I hope you stay safe, Ilsifer, and welcome on board. And let's see, and of course that is Iceland, and where he is. Who else we got in here? We got Dan, yep, Augustus we got, and Lizoid, welcome on board. And let's see, and we got Juliet. Rayola Reisner is also here, welcome. We got Henry, Sleepy Dormouse, and got some crumbs there, I hope, from those cookies. And let's see, who else? Jona. Jona is also in Iceland. Jona's a little further to the north than Ilsefur, so she's just about up by, I guess, south of Reykjavik, from what I understand, somewhere in that area. And let's see, I'm all the way up to the top. I don't see any other names. I got Linda already. So let's go back down to the bottom. If I did not say your name, and I would be happy to say hi to you. I see Siba also popped in here. Sometimes when I go up the list, I don't see everyone. Sometimes there's people sitting in the Lurkers Lounge that I don't see. So if you're so inclined and you want to chat, please, you're welcome to do so, and we'll be happy to say hi to you and welcome you on board. So all good. Sarah is looking, she's looking at the northern lights. For some reason, they're changing those darn northern lights. Who's doing that anyway? Who's making them go? Anyway, that's all cool. So, yeah, welcome on board, everyone. And yeah, sorry for the late start today. It's just been hectic trying to get a job done. It's basically a 4-day project. Well, actually, yeah, it's a 4-day project that turned into a 5-day project. How about that? So it's one of those. Yeah, as they found a bunch more things to do. Anyway, Chef Prav, hi from Texas. Welcome on board. Okay, anyway, so what we're looking at on this particular screen, and this, of course, the camera is located on Thorbjorn. We are presently looking at the power plant on the very right-hand side there, the bright area, as well as just slightly to the left of that, which is also on the right-hand side of the screen. That is, of course, the Blue Lagoon. And away in the background there with all those lights, that's what Ilsefur is over there. He'll flash his light every once in a while. You can see that. So he's letting us know he's back there. Anyway, that is Keflavik and the airport, of course, out in the distance. And as the camera pans further over towards, I guess, would be kind of, is that south? Yeah, it would be kind of south there, wouldn't it? Something like that. Anyway, we'd see the lighthouse beacon way over on the left-hand side there, and that is where the other steam-generated power plant is located. So pretty cool there from this view, and the northern lights, of course, always make things interesting. If we go, well, obviously we don't see any lava. Let me change this view slightly here, and we're going to back it up and get into a daylight so we can kind of see what's going on if we see any steam or smoke. Anyway, this, let's see if we can improve that picture a little bit as well here. There we go. There's your power plant, and of course the Blue Lagoon, and the anticipated eruption area. Well, yeah, there. Everywhere. Anyway, that is something that when we look at this, this is very much so has a possibility of erupting. This was from about 23 minutes after 3 p.m. their time, or 15:23, and that's what we were seeing. It was the camera was panning again over to the other side there. Of course, there you can see Keflavik off in the distance, and Reikensbar, and who else is over there? A couple other things. The airport, of course. Anyway, as the camera pans, we don't see anything popping here anywhere. And of course, this, the latest report is that we now have up over 8 centimeters in uplift. So the 8 centimeters in uplift is very interesting. That is, it's really pushing up. That's so far the highest it's been in this region, and that's quite a bit of uplift. The other thing that I noticed in that report, We were at previously at about 7 cubic meters per minute inflow into the sill magma chamber, and unfortunately the flow has been recalculated, and now they're estimating at about 5 cubic meters per second. So that is a definite difference. And welcome, Oz, and thank you very kindly for that wonderful $5 super chat. And it says, "Hi Doc and all, I lost my bet. Grindavik didn't pop in 7 days. Cookies for all. Now it's now day 8 for me. Enjoy." Hey, you didn't have to, but thank you very kindly, Oz, and I appreciate that. And yeah, there was a few people like going south with his 83 hours there. Those have come and gone as well. And I'm going to be really bad, and I'm going to throw in a couple other comments here that people probably won't like. And those comments, of course, are this may not even happen. Okay, it could all subside, but actually it could, but I don't think it's going to. Honestly, I think we are at a stage where we're seeing the preliminary stages of what we would typically see for a volcano. We see the uplift, we know that there's a magma intruding, and that kind of thing. We had people being able to take thermal shots, seeing ground heating in some locations. I lost my 83-hour wager, so free beer for all. Yay! I'll take a Pepsi though. You'll have to get me a Pepsi. They're going south. I can't do the beer, unfortunately, but I'm sure some others would love that. So very, very cool. And let's get on with some of this. What I was actually going to do is just take you over first off to the quake map, because there's things happening, and I haven't really had a chance to take a look at everything that was on there. So we're going to do that. We're going to go over to the quake map, and 295 quakes in the last 24 days. And I'm wondering if this is the one that Ilsifer felt, or maybe the other one. This was at 13 minutes after midnight their time, 7 kilometers down at 3.9, and that is actually quite far away, because that is almost, well, I was hoping it'd be in Fragedalfjall, but it's not quite. It's here's the power plant, so that one will happen over there. Now this other one, the 3.6, that is likely the one that was registered there, and Ilsifer felt it, and it's a 3.6, 5.9 kilometers down, and that is just across the highway from the power plant from Schwarzenegger, and that's interesting to see. So we have definitely confirmed. There's Keflavik over there. So Keflavik, Reykjanesbar, Yardvik, and the airport, of course. And that's where Ilsifer felt the quake, and he felt both of these. So I hope it calms down there for Ilsifer. And yeah, I'm really, really hoping that things will subside. But hey, no, I'm not that. I do want a volcano though. Okay, don't get me wrong. I don't just want it. I want nobody hurt. How about that? But we want a beautiful volcano, and I'll take one right over here. Okay. Yeah. Let's take a look at this one. It's a 3.01, and it's a 5.1 clicks down. Still quite a ways down for that one. 5:08 this morning. So that is interesting that we've got that. There's other ones in here up north of the Blue Lagoon. That is a 2.3, 4.2 kilometers down, 15:04. interesting. The whole thing here is quite interesting. Why we only have a few quakes here. That intrusion may not be as intense. Reason I wanted to go out and see what this thing was. A magnitude 3 at 5.2 kilometers down, and that was from 22 at 28. This one is 5:36 this morning, 2.9, 5.2 kilometers down, and that is on the Reagan's Ridge way out there. So that's pretty cool. But let's take a look at a couple of reports. Now, one of the reports here, the Reagan's volcano update, earthquakes remain at a low intensity. Uplift continues, reaches 8 centimeters. Okay, and this is, of course, one of the other earthquake maps, and they're indicating where majority of the recent earthquakes have happened, and they're right along the highway. This is right where the power plant is, and of course, Thorbjorn in here. So that is pretty interesting to see exactly where they are. And that is really scary, you know, if we do get something happening there. But let's not get too panicky yet. Reviewed earthquake locations since 6th of November, and today the 7th is what they had. That was, of course, from yesterday. And let's go look at the other little chart here. We see the earthquakes here going in, and they are all still hiding down at that 5 kilometer mark as far as the larger sized ones in recent history. So that's going to come up. That's going to come up a little bit. And once we see these larger quakes move up just a bit and start happening, that's when we'll see the eruption, because it has to work its way through the earth to be able to make it. And what's this? The movement of the GPS stations. That's Thorbjorn, near Thorbjorn, and looks like they've got uplift here in millimeters, and looks like it's right about here. So, well, actually, this is the tick mark here. So that's your centimeters in uplift, and there you go. That's the last tick on the scale up here, and that is over 8 centimeters, and that is pretty cool. Or 80 millimeters, if you want to call it that, but 8 centimeters, close enough. And that is that's almost 4 inches. Well, three and a little bit of inches. So that's quite a bit of uplift for an area. Anyway, beautiful view, but unrelated to what we're doing here. So, well, sort of. It's not Iceland. Okay, what's it say here? Over the past days, the earthquake swarm has continued at moderate intensities, and I know I'm missing my break, but we'll keep going here. With mainly small quakes. The uplift at the area around Thorbjorn Mountain continues and has now reached more than 8 centimeters of vertical change as magma underground continues to accumulate. From yesterday afternoon's update of Iceland Met Office, and yeah, that's what they gave. So there have been around 900 quakes in the last 24 hours, most of them in the area between Thorbjorn and I'm not going to blow that name, Selingafeld. Selingafeld. I probably butchered that really bad, but sorry. The largest quake was a magnitude 2.9 and occurred around 7 a.m. this morning. The seismic activity remains at the same depth as before, and yeah, sitting in its little sill there. It doesn't want to come up yet. Not enough pressure, guys. According to the satellite data processed around 5 a.m. yesterday, and covers a period between November 4th and 6th, confirms that the uplift continues at Thorbjorn. the same data shows no signs of a magma accumulation at Eldvjorp, Eldvjorp, or the other one, or east of Schwarzenegger. Well, boy, if or east of Schwarzenegger, but Schwarzenegger, there where the seismic activity has been measured in recent days. Yeah, I was going to say no. It's interesting that we don't see any magma there, but I'm going to kind of show you in the next report why that is likely that we're seeing the quakes there, and we'll just take a peek at that. Magma accumulation continued at a depth of around 5 kilometers in the northwest of Thorbjorn. If October 27th is considered the starting day of the inflation until today, the uplift rate has been fairly constant, although acceleration of the process has been observed between days. It is likely that the seismic activity will continue and be episodic in intensity with magma accumulation while magma accumulation is going on. So very, very interesting to see that. And I do want to kind of move on here to the next report. And this is the new one. And this, I really do like this image because let's see if we can make that just a little bigger on that screen here. Nope, that ain't working. Darn it. All right, and we'll put that back to what it was. Anyway, in there, what we're seeing here is the area that is in the reddish area. That is the most uplift. And we see the deepest color of red over here out at Eldvjorp? I know I butchered it, but that's the area. That's where most of the really, really intense stuff is. Now, if we have something pop here, great. So now that's the uplift area. So the edges of that uplift area, of course, are going to be tilting. And that's the one thing that we don't see anywhere is tilt meters. Because they basically, typically for Iceland, you're not getting too much tilt. You're getting movement, lateral and just side to side type movement with earthquakes and minimal up and down shake, although that is measured as well. But I bet you the tilt angles would be very noticeable in this area and over here on these areas. So the green area, of course, is the ground. The earth is being stretched out. So if our uplift is in those specific areas, they don't say exactly where the highest uplift took place, but if it's under here under the Blue Lagoon or something, there would be a heck of a lot of tension or pressure on this area as it is deformed, because you got to remember, this is rock that we're moving, as the pressure pushes up. So wonky butterfly map. A wonky butterfly? Is that what that is? Okay, it's a wonky butterfly map. I guess it would be a wonky butterfly. In a way, actually, it does kind of look like that, doesn't it? Anyway, that is really cool to see. And of course, you see their levels here on the color chart down on the bottom, or color graph, whatever you want to call it. And 80 would be at the last line here, or at least 70. And we see, looks like it's right again in that area. So right along that string of fissures that is out there. And again, this is a Thorbjorn, so it has uplifted, but not as much as the other area, right? So, but it still has, which is interesting. And it's maybe gone up probably half of, maybe a little bit more than half of what the other area has increased. But again, the green areas would be the really stressed areas, because those are being pushed up on an angle, and we'll see more rock fracture, more quakes in those areas is what I'm thinking. Anyway, let's take a look at what they say real quick here. The latest data shows that the uplift in the area continues at similar rates as during the past days, caused by probably relatively steady rates of magma intrusion at a shallow 5-kilometer depth into the horizontal intrusion or sill underneath the area, Thorbjorn Mountain. And well, that whole area is kind of set under there. The latest estimate is that this averages to 5 cubic meters per second since the beginning of the crisis on the 27th of October. So if that averages out, that's okay. The report we had yesterday, it was 7 cubic meters of inflow. Mind you, that was yesterday. So if this is taken as an average, we are probably still seeing 7 cubic meters per second inflow, but not 100% confirmed. Anyway, the Icelandic Met Office detected approximately 1,200 earthquakes in the last 24 hours, most of them in the area between Thorbjorn and Sillingafell, if I said it right. Similar to the day before, it should be noted that the vast amount or vast majority of these quakes are very small, between a magnitude below magnitude 2 and even a smaller below a magnitude 1, and that is very noticeable. But that's something that you're going to see anyway. If you have a magma working its way up, you'll see some of those smaller quakes. Anyway, the largest quake was M3.4 at 12:31 a.m. Early this morning, just south of Thorbjorn. And we seen that one on the map there, I think. The seismic activity continues at the same depth as before. It is unlikely that the seismic activity will continue, and the episodic episodic intensity, well, a magma accumulation is ongoing. Okay, so pretty cool. It is quite neat to see that, and I don't know what we'll see in the very, very near future, but I certainly do hope that we do get an eruption, and I hope it is out here. I really do. I hope it's actually way over here. It would be nice to see it pop further over to the west a little bit. That would be really cool. I don't like the idea of anything in the Blue Lagoon area, although this is something that is very, very possible, and that we could see the Blue Lagoon and Schwarzenegger power plant destroyed if there is an eruption there. And yeah, if a big open like a fissure opens up right through the power plant or through the Blue Lagoon, or both, or anywhere in the area, really, it is really, really scary, because where's that lava going to go? And I don't think they've got a row of bulldozers sitting there ready to push dirt and make berms. So that's something to consider. Anyway, that is what's going on in Iceland, and to me that is kind of scary. Let's get rid of a couple of things on the screen here and turn that other camera back to normal. I know I went off on a tangent, but that is what it was looking like earlier. We're going to put that one back on live, and we'll see if has any more northern lights. Yep, they're still up there. Unfortunately, this camera isn't looking for northern lights. This camera is sent to look for lava, and we want some. Anyway, there you can see Schwarzenegger power plant, and the Blue Lagoon, and then of course the wonderful lights of the Keflavik and Reykjanesbær and Jarvik, and the airport back there somewhere too. So all cool. Anyway, I'm gonna go take a break now, because I kept on going here. Oh, I see those northern lights in the other camera are looking pretty darn good too. Let's make sure we get all the cameras working here. There we go. The bottom left one, I didn't realize it was that green on top. And of course, that is looking over at Schwarzenegger and the power plant, but you can see the glow of Reykjavik off in the distance there as well. So, but a nice sky. Anyway, I'm gonna go take a break. So hang in there, everyone, and we'll take a look at harmonic tremors and things like that after. Well, actually, I think I'm going to take the break, and when I come back, we're going to do bacon seeds. How about that? And then we'll go take a look at the harmonic tremors and in Iceland. And of course, it's, you know, we kind of dedicate these shows a little bit more to Iceland because, well, that's where I started, you know, with the volcano stuff. Sue says Rob Tasker showed a proposed map of about 4 kilometer wall around the power plant and the Blue Lagoon, but it would take 45 days to construct. Ooh, yep, and that would not be good. But Sue, what happens if it comes up right underneath the power plant? I guess that is the opposite of what they were trying to accomplish. You know, if they were trying to save it, it's just one quake just struck. Whereabouts did it strike there, Andre? Just curious. And was it shaken? I had to have a drink of Pepsi here for a second. Holy moly, 5.2 earthquake. Oh, really? That big? Holy mackerel, a 5.2 at Schwarzenegger. All right, well, I guess we are likely going to see something happening if that is the case. Let's see if we go, where do we want to go here to peek at that? What do we got in this one? No, that is the peninsula. That is our multi-screen. I'm just trying to find that other one there. Nope, it's not in there. That is the power plant, not the power plant. That is the Blue Lagoon. And let's see if we can find the other one real quick. Well, I'm going to actually change that view, and we'll put the other one on there. Oop, I clicked the wrong button. They all look alike at night. Darn it. Hang on, this is not working, and that's not the right screen. This is the one I want. It's gonna reload. Darn it. Okay, and there's the power plant. That's the one I wanted to look at. So, if the quake happened underneath here, well, yeah, that would definitely be something very, very interesting. And I'm wondering if it shows up on the earthquake map yet. I gotta find it again. Oh, where is my earthquake map? Oh boy, I have too many things open here. So, no, that's the latest earthquakes there. I want the earthquakes for here. That would be underneath here. And there it is. So, and a 4.3. All right, that's what I was looking for. And there you go. And let's do it this way. and we're gonna just put down the ones that happened in the last hour. And this one, they are saying it is Schwarzenegger. Well, they're saying it's just west of the Blue Lagoon. Hang on, let's get that on the screen. There we go. And that's kind of where they're saying and where it is. And there it is, a 5.2. And when we look at that, click on it, will it work? Yeah, 3 kilometers down, happened at 46 minutes after midnight. So that is what we got going on there. If we zoom out a little bit, if it'll allow me, there we go. And these are the quakes in the last hour. Okay, we're not going to worry about the last 24 hours or anything. Here's the latest one. Things are shifting. We are getting updates after updates. This is 52 minutes after midnight, 2.2 kilometers down, and that's a magnitude 3. I think it's time that things started popping, ladies and gentlemen. 5.2 is a sizable quake. That is well beyond what the value of just a rock buster is. When you have a 5.2, you know you've had a quake. Over on the other side here, you see a 4.24, and that was just recent as well, and that happened at 13 minutes after midnight. So that would have been felt as well, and 5.4 kilometers down. So that's a lot deeper than what we've got over here. And they took that other quake away. They're going to be playing musical quakes with these for a little while here, but that is a huge quake, and I don't know if that doesn't start things going. We're going to see what happens. Another one hit the data sheet. Okay, well, we'll see what happens there. And yeah, this is just crazy. It's all changing. How big was the last one that just popped in there, Alex, on your data sheet? Yeah, felt an earthquake at last. Oh, you felt it? Yeah, that 5.2, I'm sure Yona felt it. I'm sure Ilsifer felt it. And boy, everyone there would have felt it. Ilsifer, are you still here? I'm just curious, and I would think that you would have felt that quake as well. Anyway, we're seeing this. This is pretty wild, pretty awesome. Let's do this. I'm going to try to move some screens around here. Let me see what we can do here. I kind of want to have the earthquake map on there, but I do want to have 4 different screens here. Let's see. This one. Oh, we need that one. We want to change that one back to here. So that quake, actually, let's put that back on here. That quake happened right out here. Okay, this is the area right in here where it happened. So according to the map, all right, they're saying it's Schwarzenegger. So I don't know, that's the Blue Lagoon and the Schwarzenegger power plant just to the right hand side here, but that quake centered around here according to that map. Very shallow and very many. Yep, that sounds like magma is on its way up. Let's leave this here. It's time for me to take a break, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll leave it on the multi-screen, and we'll see what happens. I got to get the other one going here. It loves to stop if I don't have it up on my stuff. Anyway, for those good people here, please do hit the like button if you haven't done so already. Also, if you have not subscribed and you're sitting on the outside peeking in, please do hit that button. I want to sleep tonight. Oh well, Well, you wanted to, Sleepy Dormouse, but no, you're not allowed. Not allowed. Anyway, I'm gonna go take a break. Here comes some music, ladies and gentlemen, and don't go away. No promises, but hey, maybe we'll have an eruption. Yay. I'll be back. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Keep smiling and careful as poking your stick in the ground there. What happened in Grindavik going south? And I did understand that. I am not able to read that. I don't want to have to translate. All right, I'll be back. Grindavik inhabitants, what? Viking equals inhabitant of Grindavik. No sleep for Vikings. There we go. No sleep for Sleepy Dormouse either. All right, I'll be back. Don't go away. Thanks. microphone is back on. Wow, as I turn the microphone back on, a sleepy dormouse throws in a wonderful 10-pound super chat. Time to get supplies in, ready for some 24/7 streaming. Thank you, Sleepy. And that is a very awesome super chat. Sleepy Dormouse. I gotta write it all down here. And throws in a wonderful 10-pound super chat. And thank you very kindly for that wonderful support, Sleepy. Appreciate it. And yeah, it is time to get that supply in for a long eruption. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs to from Sue and Hermione and Fluffy and Alba Girl and Kananaska's Country and One Fish 26 saying hiya, and let's see, 0.4 square square equals very close to Grenoble. 0.4 kilometers. Earthquake very close to Grenoble. All right. Yeah, those could be happening, and thank you there, Wonky Donkey, and thanks Mars for the welcome back. I just bought a large box of hot chocolate. I'm ready for the eruption. There you go, One Fish 26, and that is awesome. Actually, that's something I need to do tomorrow, is pick up Pepsi on the way home. And make sure I have some of that and see if I can get out of work a little early. It depends on what happens. Anyway, we're going to keep going here with all our wonderful stuff. But we did say we wanted to show bacon seeds. I don't see any lava coming up right now, so let's go over and take a look at our wonderful bacon seeds. And see what we got. Mars, well, I guess better than... Linda supports the channel too. Actually, all of you guys support this channel. Just being here and hitting that like button is wonderful support. So I'll thank you. And if you haven't done that, please, and give it a bop. Anyway, let's go over, take a look at our wonderful bacon seeds and see what we've got going on. And Piggy didn't. Oh, hey, look at that. Linda Schoof. Good luck. That's awesome. Linda, thank you very kindly, Linda. And appreciate that. $10 super chat. That is awesome. Cool. Super sticker. Good luck, it says. Anyway, yeah, thank you very kindly. Now, yeah, whoever said it there, Mars made me do it. All right, that's awesome, and thank you. Mars just had to he copied and pasted that statement, so it was okay. Anyway, bacon seeds, yep, we got some of them. And I don't believe any of these were from Piggy today, but that's okay. Tomorrow's we'll have a few. We'll see what we got. Hey, look at this guy. He looks like he's trying to tell us something. Or is he? I don't know. Anyway, kind of a neat-looking little critter for a lap. And that is pretty awesome. He looks okay there. He doesn't look like he's struggling or anything. Here's some more fun, and somebody wants to eat the camera. That is pretty cool. Aurora inspection. Okay, and where's the lava? Oink. Where's the lava? It's still in the ground. It's still a magma. Let's keep going. Oh, maybe that's what he's saying. Yeah, where's the lava? That could be it. He could be watching the stream and wondering. Snout inspectors. Yep. And looks like somebody is shaking his head. I see things flying off of there. Little droplets of water and stuff. Interesting. Cute bacon seed nonetheless. Looks like he's got a big dog buddy beside him, guarding him, and that is all cool. Let's take a look at our next bacon seed. And wow. Extra Pepsi, you'll need it. Thanks, Mars, for that wonderful super chat. Mars 2028 throws in the $2 super chat for the impending uprise of our new volcano. I don't know. It might be a brand new one. We'll see if it pops up in one of the old ones, and then it may not be called a new volcano. It'll already have a name. Eldvorp. Something I can't say. We'll have to rename it. Anyway, here's our next guys, and they're curious about this naming thing, and they are definitely looking at us. By the way, I think they need a hogwash. I really do. They do look a little on the dirty side, but they're trying to figure out how to set that camera so they don't need a hogwash. But anyway, we'll leave them be, and let's get to our next one, and that is this one here. I think he needs a hogwash too. Did Eld and what? It's Eldorp. 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 I'm practicing, Sue. Eldorp. 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 And here's 4 of them looking at the camera. Well, 3 are. They're all showing us their best sides. And 2 piggies? Eldorp. Eldorp. Eldorp? Okay, Eldorp. That'll work. I can say that, Alex. Eldorp. If that sounds okay. Eldorp. Eldorp. Anyway, those are cute. Let's see. These guys are singing or talking or doing something as well. More inspectors. And that is cool. Thanks for the help with the pronunciation there. I hope I didn't mess it up too much. Eldorp. 200 meters now. 200 meters? Is that a race for them? Or is that the next bacon seed? Looking to see what's going on. Something on the left side of that camera today, obviously. 200 meters from what? Or how deep? There, Mr. Going South. I'm curious. Just me playing with my with being a derp. Derp. Okay, derp. And hogwash. Yeah, I don't know about a hogwash for this one. Maybe a little bit. They probably all could use a bath. Anyway, next bacon seed. Now this one, I was looking at him and I was trying to figure out. I think he's a half-breed. I think he's a half-breed. I don't know why, but for some reason I get that distinctive feeling. I don't think that's a Photoshop thing. I think he's a half-breed. That is pretty awesome to see the way that he's pink up front, and then he's got that wonderful tan with the black dots on the back, and then the head, of course, having both the brownish and the pink things. Half elf. It's a half elf. Okay, there, a wonky donkey, half elf. That is actually a pretty awesome looking bacon seed. And yeah, I do agree, needs a hogwash. Anyway, that is pretty cool for there. So let's just go back. It's a Friday pig, rear end on the wrong piggy. Okay. Oh, the Friday, yeah, the rear end on wrong. Okay. All good. Anyway, we're back to looking at our potential eruption site. specifically that, whoop, where's, yeah, on the map here, it would have been in this area. Now, we did have, that's where that 5.2 popped. Let's see if it's still on the map. Sometimes things change, but no, it's still there, and it is definitely showing. There are a bunch of, other, where did that come from? I didn't turn that on. Boy, and now I gotta clear that. I hate when that happens. Okay, let me get rid of the whiteboard here, just in case. And yeah, that whole area, of course, that's where the 5.2 is. Let me actually get on that screen. Now, somebody was saying that there was a small one, a 0.4 down here somewhere in Greinavik. I don't see a 0.4 anywhere, but if you had that on your stuff, that would be interesting there, Alex. That's a rock breaker, absolutely. Well, even, okay, they took that other 4 off of here. The 4.3 that we had over here, or 4.5 or whatever it was, 4.3, they've taken it away. And I don't know if they've resized it. There might be one of those. This one here, 3.6, could have been that one as well. But those are still 4 kilometers plus down. This one is 4.5 kilometers down for that 3.2. And there's a 0.2, and that's only 200 meters down. And that is very, very new quake. So 200 meters down. That is scary. Over here by the radio tower, 3.6 kilometers down. Let's see, we got a 1.6, 1.1 clicks down for him. And this is 1.5 kilometers down for that magnitude 1. And the 2.8 is 2.7 kilometers down, 105. So that happened about, what is it, 12, 13 minutes ago. So pretty cool. What was it? Dr. Fox, where would the lava go if the eruption started where the 5.3 quake is? So if it was here, this is actually a fairly flat area. So for me to kind of try to decipher which direction it would go is going to be pretty hard. If it happened there, the Blue Lagoon is definitely in jeopardy. Okay, if it popped in here, and I don't know how flat the land is there, but let's do it this way. Maybe we'll go to this. And let me see if I can locate that on the screens here, and we'll take it back during the daytime so you can see for yourself where it may be going, so we can kind of point that out. And that area is right here. Okay, so when you ask me where would it go, and this is the road, and that was just right on the side of the road there. If we go back to the map here, you can see there's the road where it bends around, and the squiggly part, so right in that horseshoe. So that would have been actually right in here somewhere. And yeah, Blue Lagoon. And of course it would take out the road, and once it gets deep enough, it would definitely circumnavigate this area. It may flow out there. It certainly would flow this direction as well. It certainly will flow in here if it popped right there. And that is where that quake was. It would head to the Blue Lagoon from there. Yeah. Oh yeah. And of course the power plant would be in jeopardy as well. And I don't know how far it would flow, but as far as coming this way, this is a little bit elevated around here, a little bit higher than out there in the flat area. But if it happened there, yeah, Blue Lagoon. This area is kind of low over here from what I recall. as well to the, I guess it'd be northwest area or something like that in that direction along the highway. So that definitely could flow that way. Now, again, if it does pop there, I don't think it, well, it could. I don't know if it would, but it certainly could. If it was a little further over here, we have a whole bunch of better opportunities for the Blue Lagoon. Like I say, if it happens there, not a good thing. Let me put it back on live. Beautiful aurora. Let's see. Get it back here. Beautiful aurora happening. And that is what we got there. And I was going to say I was on the wrong screen here. Pointing that out. If we go back here. Let's see if we can do that again. I want to get a better shot here. This will help. So yeah, in there, that area right beside the Blue Lagoon, that's where if it erupted, it would be right there. Yeah, it certainly is no good. And that area further up, that's the lower area as well. I like what I was saying here with, if it came along the edges, this would stop it. Thorbjorn definitely is a lot higher, so the outflow will end up being that way, this way, out there somewhere. And again, if it happened on, the other one there, Svartsengi power plant side, another rattle just hit. Let's see if it showed up on the map. Not on the map yet, or nothing that we see there. Let me get back on that screen and just zoom out and see what was our latest one here at 122. No, nothing yet. 120. Big earthquake right now. Okay, you got another one. All right, we got something happening. Elsifer, is it bigger than that 5.2 that you had earlier? Because that is something that's going on. Alex, despite my excitement for an eruption, I wish everyone there to be safe. Yeah, and Elsifer and family over there, as well as Alex and Yona and everyone. Yes, it's big. Okay. The map hasn't updated yet, and we'll see if they get something in there. But yeah, that 5.2 was certainly huge, and the latest one, and they've got a 2.1 showing here. That's the latest one on this map, 1.1 kilometers down under Thorbjorn. And that's a lot shallower. When we're looking at these depths now, we're seeing 0.7 for that 2.4, and that is 700 meters down under Svartsengi. So, that is not so good. And let's see, I just don't see that new quake yet, but I'm sure they'll get it onto the map shortly. I'm going to put it back on the multi-view here, and hopefully that will work. I've got to fix that other one back up and put it back on live. And like I say, in this area, if you're looking at the top left screen, top left one where my mouse is moving, I know it's on all four, but that is the area. And if you look at the top right screen, the mouse is going to point to that same area where that 5.2 hit. So that is there. So anyway, that is what we've got going on. We'll definitely be checking for that other quake here, and obviously it's got to have happened somewhere. Oops, moved that screen. I wanted to actually zoom in. I need to be on that screen. There we go. They didn't show the next one yet, and well, we got a 3.2 showing here all of a sudden from 24 minutes after. and that's 4.2 kilometers down. That's right near the radio towers and Grindavik and south of Thorbjorn. So I don't know what, maybe we got more coming. I guess it's nowhere near the generators, and they probably won't provide hot water, which is used for heating. Yeah, for those who don't know, let's zoom in here. Actually, and what we're looking at is the last hour's quakes, just 1 hour worth of quakes. There's too many to worry about, but just zooming in here, you see this, there's like a walking trail here, and that's almost the same spot there. You can see the pipeline area. So there's a pipeline that comes along here with a steam power and comes up to this station, and I don't know if that's actually part of it there, but that is where most of their hot water for Grindavik comes from here, from the power plant. So something just to keep that in mind. And you know, if that area gets wrecked, well, Grindavik has got problems. Nuclear power requires extreme what? They downsized that. There's that 4.7 now from is the next one. What happened to our 5.3? Okay, we now have a 4.7 quake, and that 4.7, of course, 3.1 kilometers down, happened at 24 minutes after 1 a.m. there, and that is located. Where is it located? On the site of Thorbjorn. And there you can see, there's again, there's the Blue Lagoon, and there is where the quake is. So, yeah, hang on, the Blue Lagoon is here. There's the ponds here, and this is where that quake happened. So, right on the site of Thorbjorn, and that's 3.1 kilometers beneath it. And the other one that was here, they've taken off the map. So what's going on? 4,000, excuse me, 400 or 4,000 generators. It's hardly a hot, or what? Hardly a lot. IMO, okay, I'm not sure. Anyway, what the heck are you talking about? Coal, wind, geothermal, etc. don't pose the same hazards. Yeah, we don't want nuclear power. We'll take Mother Nature. That works well. Anyway, we've got those quakes there, so that is interesting to see the quakes continuing. I'm going to put this back over here, and I think maybe we'll try to do something here, this one, and we'll put that map up there, and maybe, hang on, what I'll do is this. Okay, that works. Okay, I think that works better, because we really don't see anything way down there. Anyway, let's fix this up as well. All right. Yeah, that way we can watch the earthquakes, the northern lights, and the Blue Lagoon, and the Schwarzschild power station, and that is all from Thorbjorn. So pretty cool. And anyway, I hope everyone stays safe there. I'm going to go take a break now, and we are going to go. We haven't yet looked at the harmonic tremors charts. And I know it's probably gone crazy. I'm curious. Let me refresh this and see what it was doing. This is the one for Grindavik, and that would really show up well right now. Well, look at that. What is all this stuff at the end here? Right off the scale, and that is awesome. I had to look. I'm curious. All right, wonky donkey, good night to you. We'll save you a piece of lava for tomorrow, and we'll get that back onto the screen. And I do want to do this, zoom that in just a little bit so we can see that area in general. And Grindavik, so again, the Blue Lagoon right there, the power plant right beside it. And there's that latest 4.7. Not sure what they did with the other one that was here, and that was that 5.2 or whatever it was. So that might have been out of the hour range here already. Let's put this on 2 hours. No, they didn't. They took it off the map. So there's the other ones. All right. Anyway, and that is 3 hours worth of earthquakes right there. So let's leave that on. All right, I'm going to go take that break and enjoy the northern lights and the music and everything else, and keep your eyes peeled for more earthquakes. And if you happen to see a lava, just yell out and let us know. Hit the like button if you haven't hit that yet, and also if you have not subscribed, you're lurking, peeking in from the outside, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss any of our wonderful shows. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes, or maybe a little bit longer. Don't go away, though. Thanks. there we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX, a live stream. And, regraded. Yep, I see that. Thank you for the welcome backs there from our wonderful Sue Hayes and Kananaskis country and J-Cell. And we do see that quake. They actually are calling it a 4.96 now. That's what I was trying to point out here while I was on break. And thank you, Linda. Welcome back. A better call in sick tomorrow. I can't. I don't want to. I don't want to miss the eruption either. But maybe I'll leave it streaming. We'll see. Just to make sure we get it. Anyway, thank you, Sharon Stewart. I see. I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. From Sharon Stewart. She always sings that for some reason. Anyway, all good. And welcome, Rico. And anyway, lots of stuff going on. So, yeah, a lot of these quakes just going crazy. And Iceland has a tendency to revalue those quakes fairly quickly after they happen. I guess sometimes if it's just one or two sensors they're working on, it's kind of doing its thing. 130 quakes in an hour. Yeah, I'm on set on 3 hours here. If we go to the 1 hour mark, and that is what we see, 130 quakes in 1 hour. And that is pretty bizarre. So that is the 1 hour setting. If we put it on the 3, that will include the other larger 4.96, which is basically a 5 is what they're saying it is. And that is pretty darn close. I don't think anyone's going to stand there and argue. It's only a 4.96. Yeah, 4.96 or 5 to me is the same thing. And we see another 2.2 just popped up here, 5.1 kilometers down from 146. So very dead on the money. It just happened. That is what it is. They did move the location of that what was the 5.2. It was here. They relocated it slightly. So that's something that's interesting. And again, as I mentioned, if they're getting 1 or 2 sensors is what they're using, I can't fully triangulate it and get a proper reading. Once they get a few more sensors in there, and they do a triangulation, etc., to get some of those values a little bit more accurate, then things will move a little bit on occasion, and it has. So that's a little further away. That's on the other side of the road. Mind you, that ain't gonna make much of a difference if it pops here or it popped over here. And this will just take longer to get to the Blue Lagoon. There's their 3-minute warning. Over here they got like a 1. Anyway, the other ones over here, of course, very, very interesting. That's on the edge of Thorbjorn, and that's they call it a 4.7. 3.1 kilometers down, and that was at 124. And let's not forget that we also had this other 4.24 over here, 13 minutes after midnight, and that was felt and reported. And then, of course, this other one I think was felt and reported as well from a 135, and I think Ilsifer mentioned that one. And that was 5.4 kilometers down, though, so still quite a ways. Elderp area there, that's quite deep underneath there, and I'm surprised at that. This area, though, they're starting to get shallower, 2.7 kilometers down. That is getting up there, and that's a little bit more scary. How deep are these bigger quakes? Well, we just went over that. So this one, the 4.7, 3.1 clicks down. So they're coming shallower. And if you recall, the last batch of really large quakes we had a day or so ago, they were at about the 5 kilometer mark, or 5.5 kilometers down. These ones are now 2.5 kilometers down. So what's that telling us? That we may, 2.5, 2.7. I think something is coming up, huh? And it's maybe Wonky Donkey who went to bed. He's really didn't go to bed. He went cruising, and he's zipping around down here making holes and earthquakes for us to allow the magma to come up. So pretty cool. Sarah is pointing upward. I don't know why she's pointing up. She's waving, and somebody's scaring people with ghosts. Magnitude are the numbers above the orange spots. Yeah, that's right. For those who don't know, above it doesn't necessarily have to be orange. It can be green as well, depending on how your map is set. You can set your map over here with all these different options that you've got. You can add the GPS stations and the seismic stations and the plate boundaries, and that should show it off there if it did work. Yeah, and you got all kinds of different options there for messing with that map if you like. And of course, Earthquake 3 is what you type in to get the link for this particular map if you need to get that. So that is pretty cool. And let's see what else we got going on. I just want to have a look back at the screens and make sure we're not missing some fountaining going on somewhere. I did mention that I was going to go show the harmonic tremor charts. That'll be something that we should take a quick look at, and we'll have to refresh it again. We did look at the one at Grindavik, and that is pretty interesting. So, okay, no eruption. We will sneak over there for a second. And there's the one from Grindavik, and there were two others that we wanted to look at right in that area as well. So Grindavik is showing here that those heavy quakes and big action. Okay, so if that continues, we would see something pop pretty quick, pretty hard. We've had this before though, and we see it in these other locations. We did not get an eruption. This was a few days back. These are usually when we have those bigger quakes. So let's see if we get a few more of these. Now, it's verified, and now going south, the depth is very sketchy to rely on until it is verified. So we'll wait for a bit and reading into that one. Yeah, depths are always tough. So I would really be careful with doing that. What a volcanic noise. Are you making volcano noises, Sarah? Careful. Don't have any explosions. Pre-magmatic. Please, no hunga tunga hunga apai. Okay. Anyway, let's take a look at the other ones that I wanted to look at, and that was the LFE. Where'd that go? LFE, and that is part of our thing over at what is it? Eldorp, Eldorp. KL, how about L? Let's go to L. Here's Kristevik. Kristevik not showing too much. We see a downward turn here in magmatic, and seismicity was okay, but you did see an uptick in a tectonic movement as well, and the spikes, of course, from those bigger quakes. So figured we'd grab that one on the way. And let's take a look at what did I say? LFE, and that is this one here. So this is kind of right in the middle of the Reykjanes Peninsula, out by the southern end of Eldorp, if I said it right. I'm still bad with that. Anyway, that is what we've got. So from there, and they did see some of those quakes. Now the other one is a little further north, and we should see the quakes a little bit bigger, and that's on the northern end of that Eldorp, and that is the RAH one, and there it is. So we did see a larger incline in seismicity, and well, it still doesn't show quite as thick as what we've seen in Grindavik, but that is what we've got on that chart. I'm kind of disappointed. And here's our ODF one, just to make sure that we don't miss it, on the northern end of Fagradalfjall. And we do see the downturn here, and it's kind of leveled out right at the end as far as our magmatic seismicity straight across, and then took a little bit of a dip at the end here as well. And of course our tectonic movement, quite a bit going on there, but it's as you can see, not anywhere near as intense as what we had at the Grindavik sensor. So that is kind of good for that. Let's get back to the Grindavik one and take a look at it. Actually, on the way we will take a look at the HRV one. Where is it? There is it. There it is. Okay, so this is on the eastern side of the Fagradalfjall system, in between Fagradalfjall and Kursavik, and that is kind of the same as what we've seen on a couple of the other ones. A slight downtick at the end of the day here, last 8 hours, I guess. It went down. We don't see much of the seismicity. I think that probably would be about the same with a downward trend near that end part, but a little bit more excited tectonic movement there, and still not as heavy as what we've seen at Grindavik. So let's go back to that one, and we'll leave it on there, and I think there you go, and that is the Grindavik chart, and of course that is pretty cool. Let's go back and just check and see if we've missed any more earthquakes. And let's see, what the hottest new attraction in Iceland? The Hurlun, that's a lava lagoon. Ah, yes, take a bath in the lava lagoons. That would be awesome. Make sure you have your asbestos suit ready. You should refresh. I should refresh. I should refresh again. Do I need to refresh? There, I did. There's a Grindavik. Let me go back. And there you can see. As far as that is what I think you said. Refresh, and we do see that action. There it is, getting thicker. So that is the Grindavik chart. I should have refreshed. I thought I did when I started that. And thanks for requesting that, BloxyMan22, and welcome. Okay, so that is Grindavik. A little bit more action there. So let's see. Longhorn, a sad fate for a sad fate for the hot spa. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm hoping that whatever eruption happens still manages to get away from it rather than ruining the Blue Lagoon. So we'll see what happens. Anyway, let's just have a look here again. And I do have this set on 3 hours for our earthquakes. And as you can see in the area there, right over top of Thorbjorn, just to the west of it, there is the 4.96, 4.7, and then we have another one sizable 4.1 out here, and then on the other side another 4.24 on that other side to the northeast. So yeah, pretty nasty. Blue Lagoon, aka Icelandic meat shop. I don't know about that. It's time for me to go take a break, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to leave the earthquakes up here, and why does it always go down here? Let's leave it up on the top there. All right, I'm going to put it back on the multi-view in case we see something popping up. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bump, please. Also, if you have not subscribed and you're sitting on the outside lurking and peeking in going, hey, where's the lava? Well, we're waiting for it, ladies and gentlemen. We are waiting for lava. We've had some awesome big quakes, and it's time. It's time. And of course, with the depth starting to show at higher elevations or levels, and not so deep anymore. It is somewhere between, we've seen at 2.7 kilometers down. That's a pretty good indicator that it's no longer at that 5 kilometer mark, I would think. And there's several that are about that range, especially the big ones, right? So, I can't imagine those poor Grindvikerns are getting much sleep tonight. People need to get out of the area right now. Right now, so the last half hour, shallow ones are moving towards Eldurp, a spot west. Okay, so if they are moving this way, if they're getting shallower here, see that's a 4.6 kilometers down for the 2.4. This is 2 kilometers down, that kind of thing. This 3 here, 1.9 kilometers down, and that's a 130 is when that one happened. 1.1 clicks down here towards the radio towers, and that is not good. 7.4 clicks down, that's deeper. This one is 2.4, 2.5 in magnitude, 46 minutes after midnight. That little one right at Grindavik is 6.2 clicks down. Not going to worry about that. What about this one? 8.6 clicks down, not a threat. These ones up here, a 1.1 click down for that. 0 up there, that's kind of interesting. 3.9, 4.1 kilometers down. So let's leave them be on that map for right now, and I am going to go take that break. Ladies and gentlemen, we are of course looking at Iceland, and that is the Reykjanes Peninsula. For those who are joining, we're waiting for an eruption, and the views on the screen, of course, top left hand one is the camera on Thorbjorn panning back and forth, overlooking the Svartsengi power station as far, and then to the right hand side on that screen right now, and then of course the Blue Lagoon beside it, which is also down, the Blue Lagoon showing on the bottom right hand side, and that is a closer up shot so we can see that. And then of course over on the bottom left, and that's the Svartsengi power plant, steam power plant, and top right is our earthquakes, and we hope everyone keeps an eye on those. Some of those are starting to get shallower as you look at the list. And on that note, I'm going to go take a break. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Hit that like button and don't go away. Thanks. that microphone is back on, and I thought I was going to cough. Maybe, maybe not. I gotta have a sip of Pepsi. Welcome and welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. And here goes that sip of Pepsi. Hang on. Fine vintage. Okay, there we go. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Kananaskis Country and J-Cell and Honeydew is here. Welcome and thanks, Brian, Perfectability 999. Appreciate that. Anyway, okay, I read what you put down there, Alex, and this, of course, it is something that is pretty nasty. So, with one of those larger quakes, if anyone hasn't been to the Blue Lagoon, there is a rock slide, slide passageway. You walk through to the park. From the car park to the main entry. Apparently, this may have collapsed, and if you are curious, you can always go to my one video there where I actually drove into the parking lot of the Blue Lagoon. You can see the rock work there, and you can see what actually would have been there, and we'll see later on what it looks like now. So thank you for that update, Alex, and that is something that is unfortunate, that if things are starting to collapse there, the size of those quakes, I can understand. You know, there's multiple quakes going on that are 4 in size or larger. Dr. Fox, Google Translate may be missing a bit, but definitely reports of a rocks falling. Okay, Alex, awesome. Thank you for reporting that. And of course, that is important to know. Like, that area, we've been there, and I mean, this is the parking lot here. And the main entrance, I'm not sure exactly where it is. We definitely were in this parking lot, and I don't know, I think the main entrance may be here somewhere. But yeah, that's the electric car parking. Not sure exactly where that is, but we were here. So yeah, this path through here, from what I recall, and this used to have like a wall over here, if I recall, and that, the Blue Lagoon, Iceland. We were here in that parking lot. Yep, just Icelandic, smart man. Yep, he is. Anyway, that is the Blue Lagoon, you guys. So that's something to consider here, what you're seeing. And if things are starting to break down, of course, when you get rumblings, repeated quakes like this, the white line is the passageway. Yeah, so that is over here, this one. Okay, and I do remember seeing some of that, and I don't know if there was any on my video, but we definitely seen the parking lot area. But yeah, that was pretty nasty if it has fallen apart. And I'm assuming that this is the one that I'm... oh, hang on. Let me get that bigger on the screen here. Sorry, guys. That'll work out. So right in here. And that is the passageway. We were in this parking lot. And we definitely turned around there. We've seen this area here as well, stuff like that. So that'll help you out. Anyway, that's kind of where it is. Hopefully they will be okay. And again, these quakes, looking at the proximity of some of these, that's a lot of shaking. And even when you look here, we got another 2.97, and then this was 50 minutes after midnight, and that's 2.5 kilometers down. This is a newer one yet, 2.97, 2.8 clicks down from a 142. So a lot of shaking going on there in Iceland. And this is 3 hours worth of earthquakes that we've got on the screen, and that is quite a few, and a majority of them are all in that one area. That is a whole lot of shaking. 235 quakes in the last 3 hours. So that is what we've seen, and some of these are really big, like 4.96. Basically, you call it a 5. And that will definitely put you on your hiney, if you want to call it that. If the initial chair is out in the field, they'll have at least some time to run. But if the initial chair is right through the resort, honeydew, I totally agree with you. That is always something. If you have lava getting, well, depends on what happens. If you get anywhere in underneath these ponds, if anything happens to pop up, if you have magma coming in contact with the water, what's going to happen is that water will flash to steam, and you will have basically phreatic eruption, basically. In other words, kaboom! But not as nasty as the other scenario. If you have a crack form underneath and that water goes down into a magma chamber, and if it's enough volume, and again, you got to remember, steam is 100 times the volume of what water is. So you get 1 drop of water down there, you've got 100 drops worth of space that the steam is. And if you take, say, 100 liters worth of water, well, now you've got 1,000 liters worth of very, very heavy set steam that wants to leave, and it's compressed into that same little area, and it doesn't like it. Yep, Tonga, Hunga, Ha'apai. And that is what you could have happen there. We certainly hope not, though. 1.4 in the car park now. The 1.4 there, 1.9 kilometers down from 127. Yep, and the other one right underneath there, 1.4 kilometers down for that 0.7 from 106. That is scary, and these are scary too. This is 3.8 clicks down, 2.7 underneath the power plant. Here's the other one, 2.5, 4.2 kilometers down. It gives you a pretty good idea. Nothing right underneath the hotel, but Yvonne is definitely not staying there on her trip over. They've got a place in Reykjavik. 2.7, 3.3 clicks down from 132. It is just absolutely fascinating to see these quakes. This one was 58 minutes after midnight. That's a little bit deeper again, 4.5 kilometers down. But these big ones, of course, 2.7 clicks down and 3.1 clicks down. That is a pretty good indicator that we're no longer at that 5 to 6 kilometer depth. Something is happening. Movers and shakers, that's what they are, and that is pretty cool. Anyway, let's get on to other things here. I'm going to actually just put it back on here, and we're going to go through the volcano report, since I think we're dedicating most of this to Iceland tonight because of the shaking and everything that's going on. So we'll do this, and the anticipation is there. Now, I do want to kind of mention, though, 2.7 kilometers down. If that is in fact where the magma has just broken through, that type of a scenario, that still could be a couple days before it can make it to the surface. And you got to remember, this is a magma. This is not a racing car. Oh, and we just got another a 3.3 just popped up there, north of Alderp, and that's what kind of depth did they put on? 5.2 kilometers, came in at 219, 3.3 in magnitude. So that in other words, they don't have a depth yet. 5.2 is just their scenario. Anyway, yeah. People have been getting taxis to and leaving. So if there was, okay, so if that one quake later quakes, there are probably people about. Yep. Well, we did see some traffic leaving from that area, and of course, if you keep your eyes on the headlights heading out of the place, that'll usually be a good indicator that you've got something going on there. We don't see any emergency vehicles coming to it, though, so likely nobody has been hurt or anything like that. And that is obviously a good thing as well. Looks like they took that quake off of there that we were just watching, that 3.3. We'll see. Going south, add danger, money, and I'll do it. What are you doing? If you drove an Uber, would you go there? Yeah, danger pay. Doc is a public informant. Just Icelandic is a similar, but has a drone and some other influence. I'm an informant, huh? I'm spilling the beans. There you go, DJ. 6-digit money. Okay, if in pesos, Argentinian pesos are going south. How about that? Let's fool Alex. We'll pay you. Alex, I'll give you a personal donation of 10 million pesos from Argentina. How about that? That'd be pretty good if you went out there. Yeah, the amount that taxi drivers. Yeah, I noticed that taxis weren't very cheap there. Oh, okay. Beans are spilled. Oh no. Anyway, I'm gonna go do that volcano report, and I know we have some other reports we need to look at too, but we'll get at those. So anyway, late Tuesday's volcanic activity. We had 4 volcanoes on the list. Semeru, East Java, Indonesia, volcanic ash 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters reported at 2,100. Sangay in Ecuador, volcanic ash emissions observed to 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters reported at 2,100. Fuego in Guatemala, volcanic ash emissions observed to 16,000 feet, 4,900 meters at 2,300. And Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, no volcanic ash emissions reported at 2,330. And the ones for today, we have Wednesday's volcanic activity, 9 volcanoes, starting with Sabancaya in Peru. Continuing light emissions reported from 15 minutes after midnight. Sporadic puffs reported at 12 noon. And Dakono, Halmahera Island, Indonesia, continuous volcanic ash to 8,000 feet, 2,400 meters, reported at 30 minutes after midnight. And we also have a separate email report from 1548. We'll have a look at that shortly. Popocatépetl in central Mexico, Volcanic ash emissions observed to 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters, reported at 45 minutes after midnight. New volcanic ash emissions to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 7:45 a.m. Mayon, Luzon Islands in the Philippines, eruption of volcanic ash cloud unknown height, reported at 2:15 a.m. Semeru, East Java, discrete volcanic ash to 14,000 feet, 4,300 meters, reported at 3 a.m. And Sangay, Ecuador, volcanic ash emissions to observed to 20,000 feet, or 6,100 meters, reported at 3 a.m. and then again at 9 a.m. So continuing, and that is ongoing. Lotolak, Lesser Sunda Island, Indonesia, volcanic ash to 6,000 feet, 1,800 meters, reported at 9:15 a.m. And the Reykjanes volcano update, we did see both of those separate reports already, and we don't really need to go through them. They were pretty self-explanatory, and we have a lot more uplift, etc. Anyway, other one on there is Ibiko, Paramashir Island, Kuril Islands in Russia, and that is a separate report from 16 minutes after, or sorry, 1600. What? A spanner? 2K? Yvonne. Oh, Yvonne is saying 2K. Seismic energy? Is that what we're at? 2K? Yvonne, we need more power. Put more dilithium crystals in. Aye, okay. So, 2,000, yeah, 2K. Well, 2K is, where's our magic number at for the eruption? 6K? If we get up there? I know 2K is good, 6 would be better. I'm hoping. Anyway, thank you very kindly, Sue Hayes, for that wonderful volcano report. We do have some other stuff we want to look at here, so let's see if we can get at those for a second. And I'm just going to put you on that map temporarily, and I have to load up the other two or whatever were on here. We got that. There's the Dacono one I didn't load, and we'll get it up on a wrong screen. We'll try to get it up on this screen over here. All right, let me try that again. Poof, there it is, and we'll get rid of commercials. And there we go. Dacono volcano, Halmahera Island, Indonesia. Eruptions with several dense ash columns, and that is a pretty nice looking volcano. We like pictures like that. So eruption from Dacono yesterday, courtesy of your PVMBG, and that is a pretty intense there. What else they got in here? There's eruption from Dacono today, and that is that's today. So it did it twice. Boom. Well, hang on. Today is their today is our yesterday. No, our tomorrow. This is from November 6th, so that's a little bit older. But boy, Dacono is kind of working, and that is pretty awesome. And there it is from the 5th. So yeah, it's been a busy volcano, and that is unrelated. So let's leave that be. It says the explosive eruption at the volcano continues. The PVMBG, a local observatory, reported several ash abundant explosions over the past 5 days. The volcano created gray ash plumes rising to a range of 700 to 1,000 meters above the crater, and mostly dispersed to the east. In order to mitigate risk, people are advised to avoid the area within a radius of 2 kilometers of the crater. So that is a pretty awesome report from there, and we like that. That is from yesterday. pretty cool. All right, next one that we had was the other report, and that was from Ibico. Let's see if we can get that one on the screen and get rid of the commercials and move that down. Ibico volcano Paramashir Island, Coral Islands, and volcanic activity continues. And let's see if I can make that a picture fit. There we go. So yeah, that is a pretty big plume of ash and material tephra, other flying gases, and the occasional bird up on the top. Pretty cool. Volcanic eruption at Ibico volcano on the 1st of November. So that's already 8 days old, but still pretty nice. Let's leave that. And let's see, the explosive eruption at the volcano continues at moderate levels. The volcano continues to produce minor volcanic type eruptions accompanied by ash plumes with an average altitude of 8,200 feet or 2,500 meters. The spewed ash was spread to the northeast of the volcano. So, yeah, careful where you're walking. You don't want to step in it. All right, let's get rid of that one. And we want to get rid of that one as well. And this, again, was the uplift map of the area. And as you can see, the area that is uplifted mostly, or the most, is over here. And that is getting up to that 8 centimeter mark, or 80 millimeters, if you will. So quite a bit of uplift in that whole area. Includes the power plant and the Blue Lagoon, and of course anything in yellow is uplifted as well, to probably about 45 millimeters, or 4.5 centimeters roughly. So pretty cool. Perfectability and 999 saying $4 super chat. Greetings from Rochester, Minnesota. Oh, you made it up there, Brian. That is awesome. And perfectibility. I'm just writing that down. 999. And thank you very kindly for that wonderful $4 super chat there. Perfectibility 999. Anyway, so yeah, the uplift, and that is pretty cool to see that. But we know the other report did show us, or I think it's this one. It did us. One of the two said it was up past that 8 centimeter mark, or 800 or 80 millimeters. So pretty cool to see. Buffering. Why are you buffering? Don't be buffering. I don't want you to buffer. Buffers are bad. We're Stalingrad and what? Stalingrad. We're Stalingrad in Reykjavik. Uh-oh. We are Stalingrad. Stalingrad is like the prison. Oh, staying. Oh, staying, and not a Stalingrad. I thought you were going to be imprisoned there, Yvonne. Stalingrad, yeah. And with Colonel Klink. Holy lava, LOL. Yeah, okay. Holy lava is the stuff with lots of gas in it. Oh, kill me. This is Stalingrad, comrades. Yes. Auto incorrect. You gotta love that auto incorrect. Let's go back to the other views, though. Hey, that still looks good, but we don't see any earthquakes, or any volcanoes popping. We do see the earthquakes on the map, but we don't see any new ones as of yet. But I am sure there's going to be some more. The auto incorrect strikes again. Yeah, it is. It is absolutely bad. Yep, auto incorrect. Yeah, that is a feature that's built into most of these modern phones and even the computers, and they have that. I know mine has it. That feature's automatically turned on every time the Windows updates it. So, and that's quite too often. All right, so I'm supposed to be taking a break. I'm going to go to that, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go away. We're going to do a look around real quick on some of the other volcanoes after the break, and then we'll try to do, well, I don't know, we'll try to do some SO2. We're not going to spend a lot of time on SO2 or weather today. The focus is here, and that is at the Reykjanes Peninsula, looking at what we see there with those larger quakes, and of course the higher elevation of those quakes, and that would kind of determine some things. Yvonne, actually, and before I go on my break, I've got a question for you, since you're a volcanologist, and I kind of wonder. So if we have magma down at the 2.7 to 3 kilometer mark, roughly, is there an average time? Because I know you've got some experience in Iceland. Is there some specific time frame that it would take for that, if there was magma at that particular depth? Would it take a day or 2 days or 3 days to propagate upward? And that is kind of what I'm curious about. Or, I understand it could find a sneaky path somewhere and come up a lot quicker if it found a very soft spot to push through. But I'm wondering, on average, when we have that 2.7 to 3 kilometers down, would that take about that long, like 2 to 3 days before we see magma popping to the surface, if there's enough pressure, that is. So that is a curious question. Anyway, I'm going to go take that break. So hang in there, everyone. And of course, what you're looking at, top left camera is the one that rotates back and forth. And what you're seeing is the lights over on the right-hand side there. That's the Blue Lagoon. And then you'll see Schwarzenegger, a powder plant, come into view there as well. And on the background there, you've got Reykjanesbar and Keflavik and the airport and so on. The bottom left one, of course, is Schwarzenegger power station. Is the bright lights with the steam over top of it. And in the background there, you see the lights of Reykjavik, the capital city. And the bottom right, of course, is the Blue Lagoon in the foreground with, the lights are on. So we'll see what happens. And, of course, at top right is the wonderful earthquake map of the area. And that is from Iceland. And you can get that by typing in earthquake 3, all one word, and that'll bring up the link, and you can get that for yourself. So for those good people who are here, if you have not yet bopped that like button, give it a quick shot. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, if you're just peeking in, please do consider subscribing. That would be really awesome, and help us out grow this channel a little bit. On those friendly notes, hit that thumbs up if you haven't done that yet, and I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. And here comes some music, and we'll keep an eye on things. And Greg Van Matre, I hope I said that right, or is that Matter? Anyway, welcome. I'm going to go on break, though. I'll be back. go, that microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream, and thank you for the welcome backs, everyone. And I don't know why this keeps plunking everything back down to the bottom. I want this at the top here. Every time it refreshes, it puts it down there. Anyway, yep, we do see the volcano or the earthquake map being misbehaving, and that is okay though. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Sue Hayes and Yvonne Kunkel and DJ and Cookster Littlefield also on board, and we've got all kinds of other wonderful people here. J-Cell, thank you. Sharon Stewart, night time at Connie Tyree. Good night, Connie, if you're going. Take care and sleep well and have lovely dreams. Everybody wants to have lovely dreams tonight. I was hoping that we'd see some magma pop up, but not yet. And that is what we got. Thank you, Hermione and Fluffy. Call it Internet Gremlins. Internet Gremlins? And they're doing it again. And see, I put it back to the top, and then we leave it alone, and I've got my mouse well away from it. Sorry, hamster. And we see it did exactly what it did. 259 earthquakes there in the last 3 hours. So we have this map set at 3 hours, and it just did itself again. I don't know why it keeps doing that. That just drives me buggy. I want to see the top, not the bottom. I don't want to see that. I want to go here. Up there. I want to see the latest quakes. Why does it reset? Alert. Time. We want a time. Yeah. Anyway, there's what we got anyway. So that's okay. And Sharon Stewart says, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. Yeah, the earthquake map is struggling. If we put it on 24 hours, just to give you an idea of what's going on there, all those fresh quakes, 468 in the last 24 hours. So that is kind of a busy map. And of course, they have got their work cut out for them at the IMO, or whatever they call it, Icelandic meteorology, the observatory, whatever that is, meteorological observatory. Wow. The Met Office. Okay. There we go. Anyway, that is what we got. I was going to take you to some other volcanoes, so let's do that. Yeah, while we're looking at this one, we might as well just start backwards here. I did have that loaded up, and I forgot to put it on Popocatépetl on the other end, but let's have a quick peek. This is down in South America. This is in Chile, and that is Laguna del Mole, right at sunset. They have their own little website where they make these cute little things here, so that looked pretty cool. Anyway, we're going to leave that one be. The other one that is really of interest is Villarrica in central Chile, and you can see it puffing there, doing its thing, and as it got dark, there was the occasional heavy puff that you seen come out, but that's what was going on. I'm going to refresh this and see what we've got for updates. What? Musical attack. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we don't see anything at Laguna del Mole, but we certainly see some activity at Villarrica. So you can see the stars zipping by, and the, I guess we'll call it the Strombolian eruptions there. They're not very high, mind you, but we do have that. Yeah, this time lapse of, yeah, exactly, Sue. It is awesome, and it is nice to see that. You can see the stars zipping by, and the heavy glow of what's going on there at Villarrica in central Chile. Let's move on to the next ones. I'm going to put this one back on to normal. There we go. And this one, of course, we're not going to see anything. It's dark there. It's a jungle out there. It's Rincon de la Vieja in Costa Rica, and we have no way of us seeing that. Let's see what our next one is. This is a Masaya volcano. We're going further north. This is in Nicaragua, and this was from 6:05 p.m. their time. Let me refresh that. And this is the current shot, 8:56 p.m. their time. You can see that glow from the caldera. That means there is hot lava down on the bottom glowing. Grandma B, welcome, and thank you for gifting that one membership. Grandma B, and gifted one. That is awesome. And J-Cell, congratulations, J-Cell. You just got 1 month free membership, and courtesy of Grandma B, been watching on the big TV. Awesome, and good shot there, Grandma B. Anyway, that is what we've got at our wonderful Messiah. Let's keep going. Next one, and I don't know how much we're going to see, but this is our wonderful Fuego in Guatemala. Yeah, it's a volcano gray, and a volcano gray, and more volcano gray. Let's see, more volcano gray, and I'd like to report more volcano gray. And slightly yellower volcano gray. And there's, what is this? Oh my God, there's something in the clouds, and this is called a volcano. There is some off-gassing happening there, it looks like, and that is at 9:28 a.m. We get to see it, yay! And there is the big rock, and of course, it's going to disappear again. Well, it was nice seeing you, Fuego, and we'll see you next time. If we go back a little bit further, in the earlier morning hours at 9:10 a.m. we were able to see it, but not very well. Still some clouds hanging around or moving in. We do see an ash plume up top here, not very heavy or high, but definitely showing that we do still have activity there. So pretty cool to see that. Let's put that one back on live. That is the current status. You can actually see the glow in the dark cloudy sky there, and of course that is telling us that there is magma or lava up there, and we do see it. So let's leave that one be. We're going to our next one, and I'll have to refresh that one because it likes to be stubborn, and we'll get that bigger. Oh, come on, make it bigger. You want to. Trust me on that, and then we'll skip those ads. All right, and likely have to, no, that should be okay. Let's back that up to before the clouds. Oh, I actually want that shot right there. That looks pretty cool. There you can see, this is at 1750, a beautiful lenticular double cloud. Double layers of a lenticular cloud, and steaming out the top. That is pretty awesome. If we go back a little bit, you can see a little bit more of that material and the beginning of that lenticular cloud. I have to watch them on on the vacation. Cool. You go back to work pretty soon, don't you, Yvonne? Let's see, it's the 8th. When you going back tomorrow, something like that. Just hit two more quakes. We'll have a look at them in a second or two. Anyway, that is what we were seeing there earlier today at Popocatépetl, and that is 70 kilometers southeast of Mexico City. That was at 5:45 p.m. their time this evening. If we go back a little bit more, we see that it was continuing to off-gas pretty much all day long. And we go back too far, we see a lot of cloud during the course of the day. And unfortunately, I don't have any other observations. So that is what we've got there right now. We'll make that one smaller, leave that be, head over to our next one, and we'll take a look and see if we can spot anything. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on these at all. So let's get to this one. This is Merapi in central Java, Indonesia. 10:02 a.m. there, very cloudy looking, and they may have a stormy activity or something going on. And we'll see. There it is at 5:45 a.m. and we can definitely see it, and just not a heck of a lot going on there. And there is a little bit of lava up there, 4:26 a.m. We can see a little bit, but nothing really crazy, and cloudy until we get about 9 hours and 11 minutes ago. We seen that, and that's at 49 minutes after midnight. A little bit more lava up on the top, and that other side vent here still producing a little bit of glow as well, and that is always cool. Not sure if we can see any bacon flowing here. Let's see. Yeah, it's pretty much very, very gray and dark. Prior to that, so that's about it. I'm not going to spend any time with it. Let's put it back on live, and that is Merapi, Central Java, Indonesia. Next volcano is our wonderful Ruapehu in New Zealand, and I doubt that we're going to be able to see it. I'm just checking here, going back a little bit, and no, I think we're done. Clouds are in there. Well, we see the base of it and just a little tiny bit of the snow line there, but that's about it. I don't think we've seen it any earlier either. Well, maybe let's try going back a little bit more and see. No, those clouds just didn't behave. All right, let's leave Mount Ruapehu alone, and we'll put it back on live and make that smaller. We'll take a quick look here and see if we have anything happening from our wonderful Taupo, and that's just a little bit to the north of Mount Ruapehu, and unfortunately you can't quite see it, but it is behind those clouds over there. And of course the big lake here that you're looking at, that is the caldera for Taupo, and looks pretty nice, but very gray out. You can't see off too far in the distance, but there's a multitude of volcanoes over there. And the one that you're looking at, the biggest one, is Taupo. That is the lake. And this shot courtesy of the Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center there in Taupo. Always a nice place to stay if you're going to go there. All right, let's leave that, and we will go to our next one. I know I know I should be breaking, but I'm going to keep going, and we'll cover our volcanoes here one way or another. I'm dedicated to make it happen. I guess. Either that or I'm crazy. Let's back that up a little bit here and take a look at what was going on at our wonderful Semeru. Since Yvonne left Indonesia, Semeru's been doing all kinds of weird things. I don't know if she left some lava workers in charge there or what, but look at this mess. Who's going to clean that up, Yvonne? Look at that, all that gassy material that they've left behind. I told them not to do that. Anyway, let's back that up a little bit more. And yeah, Yvonne, I don't know. Those lava workers, just they don't listen. Anyway, it is what it is. Yeah. Do one what? Let's take a look closer to Grindavik 2.4, 1 kilometer down. Okay, not good. We'll have a look at those in a second. Anyway, going back a little bit further, we do see it did look a little cleaner up top there, And when you're looking at the caldera cam up there, that looks pretty awesome too. Bottom right hand side there. And you can see there was no real activity at that point in time. I wonder where that camera is actually located for them to be able to see that shot. That might even be a drone or something. That's pretty awesome. All right, let's back that up a little bit more, see if we spot any lava. And just going back a bunch of hours into the nighttime, and that was at 3:10. I didn't see anything there. Also, no glows at, well, maybe a little bit of a glow there at 1:38, just a tiny bit though. And if we go back a little bit more, this is from 13 minutes after midnight, tiny little bit of glow up there and the top of the caldera. Not a heck of a lot of activity, and the bad weather prior to that. So let's put it back on live. We'll leave that be. And they got commercials, so that's okay. We'll make those smaller and go away. And then we're going to check Lava TV cams to see if there's anything new happening. And no, he doesn't have any new stuff up there for our wonderful Mayon and Luzon Island. Then all meditation should also have something up there. We'll see. And I don't see it. Okay, let's try the other one here. And I forgot to update. And here is our on the 8th. There is a Taal volcano. You can see it off in the distance with a lot of gassy material coming out. And this is a courtesy of Madame Rutsa. And it looks like there's gases coming out in two areas. That's the far end or the high end side. And then this over here looks like it had its own little plume. So pretty cool to see that. We've got a little bit of an update there. Thank you, Madame Rutsa, for that. That is awesome. And we'll leave that one be. And we'll go back to here. Actually, we'll go back to the earthquake map for a second. And somebody was saying that there was more quakes. Things are shaking for some reason. Yep, 258 quakes in the last 3 hours. And yes, indeed, there's a 3.4, 1.1 kilometers down from 257. That happened, about 11 minutes ago. The other one is a 3.6, 2 kilometers down from a 256. So that happened about 12 minutes ago. So that is right in that ballpark. The other one is from 1:30, so that's a little further back, 3.5. But yep, the newest quakes, and this is Grindavik. This is where the radio towers are, the ones we always kind of keep an eye on. And yeah, those quakes are fairly nasty. Now, just to remind everyone, this is what is referred to as a sill magma chamber, so it's a relatively flat area that it's covering, and it's interesting. We heard the average magma inflow is into that chamber is 5 cubic meters per second. Yesterday they had mentioned it was 7 cubic meters per second was the inflow at that point in time, but they're saying the average today, they're averaged it out over a few days, I guess, and that comes out to about 5. So that is very, very cool. Did the other rocks call the sandstone? Who thinks it's a volcanic rock? What? Silicastic. What are you talking? What did the other rock call the sandstone? Who thinks it was volcanic rock? Silicastic. Oh, silicastic. Bad humor. Going south. Oh, awesome. Anyway, I'm going to go take a break, ladies and gentlemen. I need to do that. And there's the quakes. We're going to put it back on the multi-screen. If there is an eruption, then definitely we'll be able to see it if it happens in those locales. Bottom right hand side is the Blue Lagoon, and bottom left hand side Schwarzengi Power Station, and the kind of a little bit to the east of the Blue Lagoon and all that stuff. And then of course the top left camera is the one that's panning back and forth. In the foreground on the right side of that one you see the Blue Lagoon, and now we're starting to point further south there towards the lighthouse area and that place. So my jokes are getting shallower. Oh, your humor is just wondrous there. Going south. Anyway, I'm gonna go take a break. Don't go away, you guys. We'll see what other shallow jokes come about. Don't go away. Hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. We really like that. If you could do that, help and support the channel that way. Also, if you're new and you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. That would be awesome as well. On that note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes after my break. Don't go away. More to come. Thank you. And there we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX, a live stream. And of course, what we are doing is keeping an eye on what's happening there in Iceland, waiting for an eruption. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Yvonne Kunkel. And I hear you, DrFox2000, from Sharon Stewart. She sings along every time I do that. And thanks for the welcome back there from Going South, and Greg and Frajola. Welcome, Frajola. And Hermie and Fluffy, thank you as well. Appreciate those welcome backs. And yeah, we're just kind of looking at what's going on. And I don't know what the heck is really going on right now. We're waiting. Somebody mentioned that there was a quake way out there. I think it was Frajola. Let's take a look at that for a second as we switch over to that view again. And she said, or Frajola said that it was a ways out. There it is. And we can see it. 4.2, 1.1 kilometers down from 317. There's the other one, the 4.1 to the south on the Reagan's Ridge, 1:24 a.m., 5.6 kilometers down for that one. So yeah, that whole area very busy, and I'm sure that 4.2, well, that's quite a ways away out there, and I don't know if that is really that big. Maybe they'll recalculate that one. We'll see what happens. But we have just a massive amount of quakes in this area. We are only looking at 3 hours worth right here. If we switch that back to the 24-hour map, there's what we had, 502 quakes in the last 24 hours. And if we zoom out, you can see that it is just a mayhem all over the place there. So lots of quakes in Iceland, and it's just, you know, with magnitudes going up to 5 in magnitude, that is just tremendous. That's something to just kind of be baffled about in a way, too. That is a large amount of earthquakes to handle for a very short period of time. I wouldn't want to be there right now. Well, maybe I would. I don't know. I think it'd be neat to sit there and just shake a little bit, sit up on Thorbjorn and look down at the Blue Lagoon, waiting for the eruption as the eruption happens right underneath you. What a delight that would be. Back to back, wow. Yeah. There is some awesome quakes out there, and things are going on, so yeah, we'll see what happens. Thanks, DJ, and back to back. Wow, I guess therapeutic massage. No, it's more like the lava bath. You can have the it'll be the red lagoon or the yellow lagoon pretty soon, instead of the blue lagoon with the lava in the ponds. And you can have your lava bath if you care for it. Just make sure you get your asbestos suits. And as Alex reported earlier, they did have some damage at the Blue Lagoon, and that is something that we kind of talked about here. This pathway down here, apparently that's a lot of rock material that they use to make that, but some of that has collapsed during that 5, and that was pretty good. That's what I call a geothermal plant. The therapeutic massage, no, that's pretty wild. Yeah, the lava bath. Oh, anyway, okay, and what's this thing doing? Oh, I guess while I'm zoomed in, it loves me again. We just had another quake. This one in the parking lot there was from 127, 1.9 clicks down. Where's this other last quake at? Let's see, that is where? Oh, that is out on the Rakens Ridge as well. So a little bit of activity out there as well. And there's LD, of course. The lighthouse area is down here for those who aren't familiar with it. And of course, the Keflavik Airport, Reykjanesbær, Jørvik, that area down there. And then, of course, on the bottom end here, Grindavik. And the radio towers are in that location. You can see them there. And that is susceptible to lava flows as well if something happened to flow that direction. So yeah, and the hotel that is over here. And Yvonne, just think, Yvonne, the last time you were there, that might have been the last time you seen that hotel intact. Okay. So those memories, I hope you've got some photos and memories from there that you can take with you. And there's Yvonne's bed right there. You can see it. She's sleeping there. That's where she stayed. She put a mannequin in place just to save that bed. And she always ate at Max's restaurant down here. So that's what they got. Anyway, hoping that things are okay there. Yeah, but that is pretty wild. Oh, we have another quake that just showed up here at 2:56. It is a 4.3 at 2 kilometers down, and that is a little bit further out, but still right in that region. And there is Elderp over here, and this batch of spots here, and this is out a little bit further. So they are calling it Swartsengi Ring Rakens Skagi area. So yeah, there's the radio towers, what we just talked about, and there's where the quake is. So that is pretty nasty. I'm surprised Siggy hasn't been around, but then it's not his family land, I guess. No, it's not on his family land. His family land is on most of this over here. This Fragrant Fjord, and that is pretty much it. I think that this may be the border regions for it, but not sure exactly where the lines are. But that is Siggy's family's land, and of course this is kind of out. I don't know who owns what here, but Thorbjorn and the Blue Lagoon, the power plant, things like that, all in this region. And of course Grindavik, a beautiful little town, you know, and very friendly people there. It's fishing village and a tourist town. Definitely not a tourist trap. It is a very kind and friendly people there. So if you ever get the chance, and well, you may not get a chance, but if you haven't been there, it's worthy to go there. And like I said, you know, when I was in Iceland, the people there, the Icelandic people, were very kind, and you know, they understand that tourism is their main business, so they treat you with that dignity and respect and everything that you deserve, no matter what. And it seems to be, I had absolutely, depends on what you call, what of a tourist trap you mean. Well, yeah, it right now it could be a dangerous tourist trap. The Blue Lagoon, as an example, don't know about that. Grindavik, though, is a nice settlement, and I hope that they are spared from any lava flows. Same thing with well, the Blue Lagoon and the power plant is going to be iffy, but you know, it is what it is. Grandma B says would the stink of the water at the Blue Lagoon stay on your skin? I don't know. I guess if you shower and wash it off, you wouldn't smell it that much. I think to a degree you would get accustomed to it. Your nose, your sensors there would definitely become overwhelmed with it. In other words, can you tell who was there? Yep. Well, I can. Grandma B, I can. And I'm going to mention this. I suffer from hyperosmia. And hyperosmia means I smell a lot better, or my senses are able to pick up different odors. And so hyperosmia is you just have an heightened sense of smell, and that can be bad. You can never smell other things again. Not quite going south, but it would be pretty interesting. Apart from underground fermented sharks. I don't know about that, DJ. That would be pretty nasty. But anyway, the last quake there, 4.36 was that, or 3.5, I should say. Sorry, my bad. And that is what we had there as far as large, sizable ones. Anyway, we're going to leave that on here for a few minutes. Want to have a quick peek around the other earthquakes around the planet. Oh, we didn't go to Japan yet. Maybe we should do that. Let's have a quick peek at Japan and see what is going on there, because even, if you smell that stuff at the Blue Lagoon, the Japanese ice cream may help. I don't know if it's strong enough flavors. It will definitely help. Anyway, there is the ice cream boat. It's right there. It's in. And oh, by the way, this is Sakurajima volcano for those who need to know, and that is in southern Japan, right across from Kagoshima, and we see it puffing, doing its thing, and Sue is going for the ice cream. Yay, Sue! And awesome. Anyway, for those others who want to follow along, you can see Sue will be running down that road, going there, and at the lights there, she's hanging the left, heading down there to the dock. You can see the antenna of the ice cream boat. It's right in there. So pretty awesome. Anyway, while she's doing that, we're going to go over here. This is a slightly closer view. You can see what's puffing out of Sakurajima right now. And there you go. The small vent down the side, as well as the main ones, are working together at lower rates, I should say. You scream, I scream, yeah. Well, we certainly scream for ice cream. You bet, everybody does. Anyway, that is what's coming out of there. Unfortunately, that one we can't take back. They still don't have it set up right. Next, of course, is the closer view, or caldera camera, close-up crater cam, as they call it. And let's put that one back a little bit and see what it looked like earlier. There we've seen some puffing as well. And if we go back into really far back here, this is 6 hours and 16 minutes ago, was quite a bit heavier steam coming out. And if we go into the nighttime, what I'm looking forward to see is if there's a lava glow, and I'm not seeing any there. We can just barely see anything. And going back just about as far as we can, and I don't see any glow of lava, so we'll leave that one be. And that is what the close-up view of Sakurajima is. Let's get to the next one, and this is our wonderful ASO. ASO, of course, is a very, very large caldera, over 25 kilometers in size, but this is the only active vent area within that large caldera. we do see that steaming, and that is a combination of steam and SO2 gases coming out of that little caldera there. And that is, of course, shaped like a bowl, so every time it rains, it collects that water, and the floor within that little vent area there is quite warm or hot, and that causes the water to turn to steam. And of course, it also emits a lot of SO2 and other fine gases. So that's what we got. Thank you for that pistachio there, Sue. That is awesome. I appreciate that. Anyway, that is ASO, and ASO isn't doing too much there. If we go back a little bit, we can see a little bit more of a plume coming out of it from earlier. There it is. And we'll kind of leave it as that. We want to get back to the other stuff, so I'm gonna keep going. This one is not showing. Where is it? There it is. Okay, and that is Asama. It's 12:39. I don't know if that is coming from the top of the volcano or just drifting by. Let's see what we've got earlier here. Hard to tell again with that. And then prior to that, I think we had some clouds in there. So I don't think we're going to see much of off-gassing from, no, that's all the way into the nighttime. We're not seeing it. The volcano is not that visible today. So yeah, unfortunately, not good. Let's put it back to here. If that is coming from the volcano, it's hard to tell. But it does put some stuff out there. Virtual ice cream has hardly any calories. That's true, Sue. Absolutely. Anyway, we'll make that one smaller, and we'll get us back to the map. And the ice cream boat is about to leave. So if you haven't got your ice cream yet, you better hurry up. We'll make that one smaller, and we will go over to our earthquake map. That's not the earthquake map. Let me see if I can get that on the right screen here. That would be underneath this one. There's some earthquakes. Let's zoom out real quick and see. Just looking for larger earthquakes around the planet really quickly. I know I should have had a break, but I'm going to keep going here. And we'll do our thing up till the top of the hour, and then I need to basically shut myself down because I need to eat and things like that. I do have to live. So nothing on the Kamchatka Peninsula. We do see a couple of quakes here in the Kuril Islands. A 4.7 from 9:43, 46. 9:46 is the time. 10.3 kilometers down. And a little further south towards Japan, but still within the Kuril Islands, a 5.6 from 1:16 a.m., 68.3 kilometers down. We do have one here, a little 3.6 near Atka, 1:40 a.m., 51.5 kilometers down. Not going to worry about all these little guys in Alaska or the little ones here. In California, and that along the San Andreas Fault. Somebody was saying there's larger quakes here. There is a larger one underneath there, a 5.2, and that is in Texas, and that was from 3:27 a.m. and that was 7.4 kilometers down. That's, I think, one of the largest quakes I've ever seen in Texas, 5.2. So I wanted to point that out, and there's some more smaller ones there, all in that same spot. All cool and interesting. Sliding down, we don't see anything till we get down here to Chile, and that's a 4.4 from 359, 111.1 kilometers down. The other one is Chile as well, very close to Argentina though. 4.7, 16:45 yesterday, 134, no, that's today, sorry, 134.8 kilometers down for him. Nothing down here in the South Sandwich Islands. and nothing directly in New Zealand. We do see this on the Kermadec Ridge, a 5.2, a 606 this morning, 9.9 kilometers down. Then we got a couple Fijian ones here, a 4.5 from 528, 477.4 kilometers down, and a 4.5 from 2044 yesterday, 550.9 kilometers down. Out here in Tonga, we see a 4.9 from 1752, 10 kilometers down for that. And moving along real quick here, we have this one, and that is in very eastern portions of Indonesia, and that's on Papua. 5:04 a.m. For the 4.9 to 25.6 kilometers down. Then we get into this mess, and this is, of course, the Banda Sea area, and Timor-Leste is down there, and this is one of the deepest spots next to the Marianas Trench. This is one of the deeper spots on the planet, and this, of course, is a 7.1 in the Banda Sea from a 2153 yesterday. And then we also have a 6.7 there in the Banda Sea from a 2152 yesterday. And we have another 6.7 from a 602 this morning, and 10 kilometers down for that one. We also have a 5.1 and 5.0, 4.6, 5.3, 4.8, 4.4, and 4.6, 4.6, 4.6, 4.5, 4.7, and another 4.6. I think we got them all. Okay, so busy, and that is nasty. Who is leaving? Greg, have a good night, and all the best. All right, and this one out here, 4.9, and that is southwest of Sumatra, and that's 5:11 is the time, our time on it. 10 kilometers down for him. We don't see anything up in the Philippines. Japanese islands, so Ryukyu Island, 4.4, and 1553 for that one, 132 kilometers down. The other area out here, Mariana Islands, 4.6 is out there from 6:56 a.m., 320 kilometers down. And we got these two already. Let's go take a look at what else we got here. Nothing down in the Indian Ocean, and nothing in Africa. We do have a couple here. This is a 4.4 in the northern ends of Iran, 9 minutes after midnight, 49.6 kilometers down. The other one is a 4.8. Azerbaijan, Iran border, and that's yesterday's at 22:18, 52.6 kilometers down. Over on the other side, Turkey area and the Syria border region, 4.7 from 1932 today, 10 kilometers down. And Piggy felt this one, and she mentioned it, a little bit of a rumble, 4.4. 5:39 was the time on that, 101 kilometers down. So that is something of interest there. The other ones here, the Hellenian Arc one, I don't think she felt that. And then, of course, USGS did this. So we've got a 4.5 according to them from 1824. 4.3 from 1713, and 4.6 from 1746. Interesting, but hey, you're not up to date. Anyway, that is pretty awesome. And Hawaii, really quickly, in a nutshell, there's not a heck of a lot going on. We've got one on the side of a Mauna Kea over here, 2.4. 1644 was the time on it, and 21.4 kilometers down. And then we've got a few little quakes here. Pahala region 2.3, 21:27 yesterday, 30.4 kilometers down, 1.8 from 12:52, 34.1 kilometers down. The other one over here close to Pahala itself is 2.2, 59 minutes after midnight, 28.6 kilometers down. And then we got a few here, 2.2, 8:54, 30.7 kilometers down. And this is a 2.0 from 8:45, 30.6 kilometers down. A 2.4 from 5:40 a.m., 31.1 kilometers down. And a 2.2 from 3:23 a.m., 30.4 kilometers down. And this guy, 1.9 from 4:45 a.m., 3.6 kilometers down for him. And that's all we see on there. So imminent eruption in Hawaii? Nope. Let's leave it as that. I am going to take a little bit of a break. Then we'll come back and do a little bit of SO2 around the world, but I'm not going to do the full-blown version, and I will leave it as that. And let's see, I make sure everything is moving here. I got to make sure I get these other ones all going again. That one is moving, and this one should be all right as well. Okay, we see movement, lights, and blinking. All right, that is cool. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I am going to go take a break for 5, 6, or 7 minutes. And when I come back from the break, we'll take a look at some of the SO2 stuff. But we're going to do it very quickly. And then we will recap what has transpired. And then I need to go basically shut down my narrating portions of the stream. We'll let the stream run till 10 p.m. my time here, and then I'll have to shut it down unless there's an eruption, of course. Then we'll set it up and let it run all night long, and we'll go from there. Anyway, don't go away. Hit the like button if you haven't done that yet, and of course, if you haven't subscribed, you're sitting in the Lurkers Lounge peeking in, hit that button, please. Help us out and let us grow our channel. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks, and keep smiling. Play nice in a lavado. Ah, Sue, he's probably on potato duty. Oh, lots of fun. Anyway, welcome and welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. Of course, we are waiting and anticipating an eruption there in Iceland on the Reykjanes Peninsula, right near the Blue Lagoon and the Svartsengi power plant. East of Thorbjorn mountain, and that'd be pretty cool if we had one. But nothing yet. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Perfectibility 999 and Siba and Diane. Thank you and welcome and all awesome. Okay, so yeah, we haven't seen any really quick new ones there as of late. As far as quakes are concerned, I'm going to move this back up. And again, I moved it right back down on me. Why does it do that? I want it up here, and I don't want the other quakes. So, alright, that is what we've had in the last 3 hours, ladies and gentlemen. The quakes that you see on that map, and that is 3 hours worth of quakes, and that is a lot of quakes. If we go to the 24-hour map, 521 in the last 24 hours, and the 5.0 being, or 4.96 is what they actually said it was, but we call it a 5, and 5 being the biggest quake there in the area. So pretty awesome to see that. Anyway, we do have that going. One of the streams is buffering there. I don't know why. We got another one buffering in there as well in other places, and we'll fix that up. Let me see if I can locate that one and do a maybe just a refresh on it. We'll see, and sometimes those happen like that, and then we get commercials or something, and we'll see. There we go, reconnected, and we're doing okay. All right, no, it's buffering. All right, well, we'll leave that one be for right now. We do want to make let's see, I want to go here for a second, make this back into 3 hours, because it is hard on the computer when this thing is doing 24 hours trying to tabulate 1,000 quakes. Is always difficult, even for a computer. Anyway, let's go and take a look at our wonderful SO2 map for today, and that is from windy.com. We're going to do this rather quickly though, because we're already way over as far as my allotted time for the stream is. So let's have a look and see. We're not going to dwell on anything nasty. We're just going to look. Looks like Kamchatka Peninsula doing about the same. If we go zoom out a little bit, we see some of that extra stuff is still floating around there in the Bering Sea, and curling around, going back into Russia, which is okay. We see a huge front here where we're starting to see a lot more clear air, and it looks like Edmonton is just about back down. We do still see some here in Saskatchewan that's at a very high level, and that is just Meadow Lake and north there. So hopefully that'll dissipate a little bit. We also see it going all the way down, and this is the material that kind of broke off. That is that same Klyashevskoy volcano ash and SO2, and that is hitting California and going all the way in, and actually getting curled back up into Ontario and Manitoba, and then of course eastern states and provinces there are all pretty much covered. It looks like Sydney is okay. The rest of the places are not so good. Tip of Florida is okay, and a little bit in Texas. Texas is all right. And we'll go down here. We see Colombia, Nevada del Ruiz doing its thing. Reventador in Ecuador is still doing its thing. Sangay down there as well, and they're kind of all getting pushed into the Pacific. Looking at Chile, not too bad. Rio, that area, normal off-gassing. Don't see too much here, but there's the one from a White Isle volcano, sorry, not White Isle, Michael volcano in the South Sandwich Islands. We're going to a White Isle volcano next. That is here. That is a White Isle volcano, and its plumes. Australia looks about the same. Tonga there is pretty normal. Not so much from Yasur, Gawa, or Aoba and Vanuatu. Looks like a little weaker emissions from Papua New Guinea as well. Lulutulak is still doing its thing. Semaru fairly heavy. Merapi not as bad. And hey, look what's going on here. Jakarta is the bad guy, and the volcano Krakatau is not. So that is all good. These other plumes, the normal activity, I'm not going to bother with them so much. Dakono and Ibu here on Halmahera Island still producing their stuff. And then, of course, you've got the Philippines, Mayon, right there, producing a lot of SO2, as well as Taal volcano there on Luzon Island. And then we've got Manila and the very high population. So that is what's producing the rest of it. The Japanese islands still doing their thing. Taiwan, industrial pollution. And looking here, Suwanoshijima, not so bad. And that's Sakurajima. That doesn't look too bad as well. I'm surprised ASO is still putting out quite a bit of SO2. And moving further north, you see that's all ASO's plume. And there is Tokyo. Tokyo is not so bad, but we see that reddish area there. And that is from Asama, even though we didn't see much coming out. Looks like China's got heavy levels, same with India, pretty normal, South Africa, pretty normal there too for the gold smelting, and then Nyamuragira and Nyiragongo here in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and too much pollution in there for us to be able to define if Urta Ale is doing anything. The heavy spots you see here are oil refineries in Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, and Iran, and even over here in Lebanon. And of course, industrial stuff there in Turkey, and that in addition to that, it has some of the Mount Etna SO2, not that bad of a level there in Kos. Looks like a 5.6, 6.5, depending on where you zoom into, and Mount Etna. And of course Stromboli over here doing their thing as far as SO2 gases are concerned. And looks like Europe is being peltered with the SO2 gas, and that includes Portugal and of course Madrid, Spain at high levels of 28 right now. What is it? Clermont there in France, 41.9, so very high levels. Even Hermian has got high levels of SO2 in Holland, and Germany has got a better spot in the middle, but even Yvonne would be living with that right now. She's about here. Hopefully she is okay. And so quite a bit of SO2 there, and then we see some more of that residual pluming that was floating around, and that's all from Klayashevskoye volcano. And of course we see Iceland kind of sandwiched in between two layers of it, one to the north, one to the south. So that's what we got. That is our SO2 map for today. We're going to have a real quick peek at the weather map, and we're not going to spend a lot of time on it. Don't see any new big storms anywhere. We do still see a pretty nasty circulation there between Iceland and England, or Britain, or whatever you want to call it, Scotland. Ireland, those areas. So pretty nasty there. Big high sitting over here though. And we see, the cold and the warm battling it out in the Atlantic Ocean here. And that is pretty normal for this time of year. Big lows sitting off of the Alaskan Panhandle and up here in Alaska. That's likely going to cause some stormy activity there. And looks like we've got some really high temperatures there in the outback in Australia. And I'm just going to zoom in to look for a high temp. So far I've seen a 43 as the highest temperature. And we'll just scan across here a little bit and see if we spot anything else that is higher than a 43. And so far I have not. And it looks like it is down here, yep, a 43, it showed up again. So definitely getting some heat there in Australia. No heat in the other places like Africa, as I got warmth but not heat. And we also see a little bit of heat there in places like Bolivia, as well as Paraguay, Uruguay a lot cooler, 18, 19 down there, and Paysandú, and hopefully they're okay there. And that is it for our temperature map and the storm map. I just want to see what we've got down here. Real quick, a peek to see if we can find a low temp. 68. I see a 69 degrees below zero there. 69 there in Antarctica. So that's on the screen. Is there anything colder? We don't see anything there or there or there. And let's see, 61. No, I think 69 is about it for today. So we had that 69 degrees. Do we see a minus 70 in here? I don't think so. Let me maybe zoom in a little bit and see if we can spot a minus 70. I don't believe we will, but that's okay. Okay, well, I'll live with well, I don't want to live with it at all, but 69 degrees. Sue has beat me. Oh no, she's given me a first-degree beating. I'm going to give up, Sue. I need to get at some food. So you won fair and square if you found a minus 70 degrees Celsius. Awesome stuff. Summer is coming. Yep, I'm going south. You'll be happy there. Head on south. Let's put it back on here. And hopefully that will stop buffering. Let's see if we can get these going again. And okay, that Blue Lagoon one is working fine. The one that's buffering is the one that was panning back and forth. I'm going to set it back just a couple of minutes here, and we'll see if that will help, if I just leave it on and let it run that way, or if they've got some other issues with it. Not seeing it come back yet. Darn it. Or did they not have anything there? Let's go back a little bit further and see if we can see something there. Okay, well, it's not working. Darn it, I hate when that happens. And there we go, we're back on. It's 2 minutes behind. Oh no, hang on, it's 13 minutes behind. That's what the problem is. It's a quit. They didn't pay him enough, and that's what we've got. So yeah, I put it back a little ways here. Anyway, I'm going to wrap it up for today. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Sue, for doing that. And you beat me a first degree beating. And that is all okay, though. We're going to leave it here for the next 45 minutes or so. At 10 o'clock, I will shut things down. At 10 o'clock my time, it's now 9:15. So that's what we're going to do. I'm going to say a big thank you to our wonderful moderators, Arizona Snowman, and Piggy, and Sue, and Yvonne Kunkel, and the CND Boy, and Siggy, and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and a whole bunch more of my other wonderful moderators that have been around for a long time. So thank you, moderators. Also, a big thank you for our super chatters and gift givers for today. Thank you to Oz for her super chat, and Sleepy Dormouse, and Linda Schoof, and Mars 2028, and Perfectibility 999, Brian, and also Grandma B for gifting that one membership. That is awesome, and thank you very kindly for supporting the channel, you guys. That is really great. And on those notes, it's a time for me to wrap it up. Like I said, we'll leave this run till the top of the hour, and I do have to get some food into me, and we'll go from there. So be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, and of course, oh, hang on. If it does erupt, we will leave this going, and we'll work on trying to run it 24/7. I know it's not always going to be on, but we'll see what we can do about that. But anyway, from there, be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, and please, the one thing that I really ask everyone is, please, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. A good night, everyone. Take care, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Oink, oink.